each other as we go through the day. First thing, can you please, how does she do it? She's been waiting out there the whole time just for me to start.
I know.
So just because I surely don't want to hear what my ringtone sounds like, can you just put your phones on silent, please? If you need to take a call, just go outside, not a problem. I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem with the phones going off every 5 seconds. Well done.
Yeah.
I don't want to know. Okay, fine. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, that's what we were waiting for.
Physics.
Okay, now then, I'm going to ask you to do something strange. Can you please put your phones face down on here? I don't want you to use your phones for the first few minutes, okay? You will get them back. Don't panic. So I know what people get like with phones. It's their whole life inside there. However, we're going to alla squadra, quello è la cosa che è importante, quando hai tempo, perché io ho tempo di fare quello che... Okay. The reason I wanted you to put the phones down, face down, you have to feel them. Yes. Good. We're doing well so far. Is I want to ask you this question because this is fundamental and this is why you're here. And it's one of the hardest things for anybody to understand and describe to me. So that's why your phones are down. I just want to hear your thoughts. What is the role of an advisor to a decision maker before, during, and after the CRM meeting? Just give me one. Anything.
That
was really cool. Well, I'd accept that because it goes to competent authorities. Anything else?
Instance, should help decision maker to prepare and plan and then train.
Yeah, good. That would do. That'd be great. That'd be great. You can do that without moving it.
Yes, that's the vibe.
Come on. You have to manage what?
You have to manage the public communication.
This man I like. I like this man. Give him an extra point.
I knew that.
Yeah. We'll come back.
But I know
Yes,
you.
absolutely. Come on, you just arrived.
Yes, that's the moment.
What is the role?
The intervene company.
Try the first move to front the accident. Right. You need to find the frame of the incident to find the best first move.
The best first move. Do you agree with that? No, why not? Who would do the best first move? Yeah, that's why they call them first responders. So we're not.
But not
Always pulling it back. Well done, advice. Yes. Yes, I love this. We're advising. We're definitely advising. Yeah. Okay.
But for that, the information from the computer, evaluate the scenario and make sure that you have the big panel of the choice available to the decision maker.
My work is done. This is fantastic. Yes, keep going. You're brilliant. Oh, come on, let's look at something else. Lots of things you can talk about. We'll come back to you.
After all the CPI incident, the molecular black.
Recovery. Yeah, the thing that everybody forgets about. The first responders respond. It is not their job to do the recovery. At the end of the day, fire is out, they go home. But there's a mess. We should look at the fabric. That's the one. Nice. So,
Before the specialist,
viscous assessment, I like that. Yeah, you're right, viscous assessment. First responders need to do it as well, but you really do need to do it. It's not in. I don't know if she agrees or she just falls asleep.
When the just like that, and like, yeah, it's.
That's very much in this from ChatGPT. But yeah, you do, but I want one specific thing that's specific to the role of the advisor that you don't find in the first responder. Is the plan. Responders have the plan as well. They act and don't plan. Yeah, cool.
if I be a decision maker, I want them to give me options how to operate and also those options to argue with it. And leaning on different factors, economical, whatever. So when I have my advisors, they will give me opinions of novel, second, third, so on. But that's what I want as a decision maker in every single stage. And then I ask you as my advisor, okay, what's happening now? You have answered me, okay, probably this is happening because this and this. And I'm like, good. And this is like, that's what I'm brilliant.
But a good clock here. Which is astronomy good. So,
It's not working. Please.
okay, come on. You leave the CPRN, how do you do this? I'm a big realist. It's touch the distance.
You leave the CPRN in the advisory protocol. You say some things about the protective management of the population. For example, for sheltering, and I will just dealing with for example, sheltering, advice about how to apply the prophylaxis. It's needed.
Right, I'm stop you there because otherwise you're going to finish the whole day in one go. How are you doing? How are you?
Yeah, the thing is that the advisor has to analyze the situation and give some stability to have a good response if they have any event.
We will work on that one. You might join for that. It's good. Right.
During.
Before, during. Anytime. Come back to you.
Or, during. The integration.
What do they base that plan operation on? Slides or the two possible exercise one, the other one. Yeah, they base their planning and prevention on two things. One is exercise, the other is
Training.
no,
And residents, what happened before?
what's happened? Basically, even if experience exactly right, because at the end of every experience, every episode, every incident, they have a backup, and they look at it and say, what do we do with that? So that's cool, we didn't do this very well. So they then try to put that back into the file. They learn from it. What else we got?
I agree with the colleague.
Could be a long day, isn't it?
Yeah.
You agree with the comment? Yes, okay. Give us something else that we Your colleagues have not mentioned.
I think that the most important part is about explaining where the drawing comes in respect to the tactic that the option we give to the zone domains, also the amounts to be taken into account. Okay. Part of the first part.
So it's important.
Support. Yeah.
I'll go with that.
Suggest the best strategy for the goal, really show the best of the possible options, draw back any back.
How many different ways you can say the same thing? I love it, but okay. Repetition is not bad in terms of learning.
That's nice, catch the, realize.
Yeah, we're learning from the previous things. So, how are we doing? We all know we get to the trouble ones at the back here, I can tell. So. Click information, what information? Yeah. We collect information about it. What do we do with that information? What do we do with that information? You analyze it for what? If you're right. Why do we analyze it? Yes, right. They've said everything. No, they haven't. Not by long way. Anything else? That's it. Oh, okay. Let's just hit, sorry, one question. Sure.
We never talked about economical aspect of the managing of the crisis. We have to talk about, or better, we have to take into account also this parameter, and we have to report about.
Justified. You're right. You're absolutely right. It's because your resources are not limitless.
Yeah.
You have a finite amount. And it's no good saying, oh, there's a car accident down here. I want 15 ambulances and 5 police cars, please. Come on. But no, you don't need it. You're not going to get it because there is a restraint. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So I didn't put that up there. I've never done this before. So, but I'm going to give you an objective. What we're going to do today. That by the end of the day, all of you will be able to describe or write down or whatever, at least 3 key responsibilities to be advised. It seems that you have a good idea already, which is great. But I want to make sure that everybody does, okay? And what we're going to do is we're just going to practice that before we get to the TTX. So there you go. I'll give you an incident. This is a CBRN incident. Here we go. We have a tanker carrying chlorine, okay? It crashes, it's on a city street, you can see there's houses there, and chlorine starts to leak. So there is a leakage of chlorine, it hasn't exploded, it's not caught fire, but there's a leakage of chlorine. So, what is the role of the advisor to the decision maker in this incident? I'm not interested in the first response. First response is handled by the first responders. So, anybody, what have we got to do? What's our job?
No, for example, my opinion, the advisor have to, the role is that you have to give a good idea of the situation. For example, if there are houses, child, or people around the tank, or for example, something that can explode, a good idea of the entire situation to give to the first responder the material to decide what is the best strategy for the situation.
Very nice. Where does he get that information from? No. We can't do this. You suggested it, so we're doing it.
I don't know, probably from police, from.
There is a small point. Person to feel the link. What does it look at? Then there is a book, you can take the information how resistant for evacuation and.
John, the first responder, I'm interested in the first responder. That's what he does. He's doing that on site. I'm coming back to your population density. I love it. I wish that could be provided on an instant to incident basis. Unfortunately, normally it's not. Because we don't have that information available, not in and frame in the incident. But we have a good idea. It's a busy street, so you're right. But we don't necessarily have the information. But if we don't have that information, what can we advise? That's what I'm asking. It would be lovely to know exactly who is sleeping where. There's 3 children in this one and 1 old lady in that one. We don't always have that. Your advisors, what do you advise? If I just like can to be the line, that's the information. We do a risk assessment. Okay, well, the risk is might blow up. Okay, how do you do that?
Lorraine is much dense, especially here, so we have to suggest to population to stay in the heights.
It's denser than air, it's going to be on the ground, so you're going to get them up. Yeah, I'd expect that.
Predict basing on the cloud dispersion.
How do you predict that cloud dispersion?
Okay, there are some software to perform.
Yes, absolutely. You're right. They use things like Aloha and other ones you might have heard of.
If I don't,
Not yet.
if I don't have with the menu.
You're right. Love it. That's good. But what can we do about, look at the image. What can we do about these people there?
Advisors should advise the authorities of the area and not allow people to come in.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah, the first responders are going to be doing that. And what is the difference between the first responder and the advisor?
Michael,
Violence should first one, the essential of human being. Absolutely. So what does that mean? So what does that mean for all the people living around here? Thank you. In a situation like this, where the risk, which you already said, you're a risk assessor, you're right. Don't be afraid to say these things. This is why we're here. The risk is that could explode. That is the only risk that you're concerned about. Whether it will, whether it won't, we don't know. But the first thing is, what is the worst case scenario? Well, the worst case is that thing goes bang, which is not good at all. So, if I was the advisor, whilst the first responders are looking to stop the leak and to stabilise the truck, I would advise they consider evacuation of people in the immediate area. Few reasons for that. But if we're going to evacuate them, what is the advisor got to do? What has the advisor got to do to evacuate people? And the evacuation people, what does the advisor got to do? Safe place. Yes, you've got to identify a safe place. First responders won't do that. First responders are saying, yeah, just move out of the way, please. They're not interested. They've got to deal with the glory. But someone has got to say, look, we've got to take these people, do a kind of zone. We empty the buildings, but we have to put people there. How do we put people there?
And we need to coordinate the transportation.
That's the one. Transportation. We have to coordinate transport. So your role as advisor is now stretching out now. All sorts of things are coming in. You're organising transport. What else have you got to do? If you're organising transport, people
I disagree with you now.
you disagree.
Okay. I'm not gonna stop running my own path. My job is to be an advisor, then I delegate that responsibility.
You do.
So I'm not gonna, I might say, okay, you do this, but I'm not gonna start having that one. Okay.
I agree with you. What I'm getting to is that the first responder has a role which is quite close around this incident.
Yeah.
The advisor's role is much, much bigger. So we go from the tactical response of the first responder to the strategic. In the strategic, we would advise evacuation of non-essential personnel. To do that, if you're going to do that, you would have to provide to the decision maker and all the first responders, you should evacuate, in our opinion, and you need to find a location to put them, which we have, and we are looking at how to transport people there. We're still not happy.
No, because I don't agree on that. You provide that information, so I'm not the one who should, I'm just giving, okay, hey, this is better.
Yes,
You are thinking of doing this, this I know, or do it.
you're right. The role of the advisors is to advise. You never tell the decision. It's brilliant. You're the best decision ever. No one can come back to you and say, well, you said you should fail. It's an option. Come up with the options. Yes,
You said that the role is yes, that's the answer for this.
so there we go. That's what we're doing this qualification for. To understand how vast a job that you have. Your responsibility is
Otherwise, it's important.
Thank you. That's the key word, prioritize. What you've got to do is say, okay, if we evacuate, how far do we evacuate? And then we look at what is the priority? Is that going to be evacuated? If we don't evacuate, what's the other option if you don't evacuate?
The atomic.
So as advisors, what have we got to do?
The role is that to illustrate all the possible scenarios, and the decision maker takes one of them, and you have to do it in a time projectile.
Well done. That's what you've got to do. Now, it's impossible, okay? You have an impossible task. You cannot come up with all different somethings. So you come up with the best ones.
Yes.
That you think. But you do not decide what happens. You offer that as a possible strategy. With that, you have to give the sound advice as why you think this should happen. Scientifically, I believe we should leave everybody, for example, option. One, we evacuate. That thing could go bang. Let's evacuate. And the reasons for that is, I believe it could explode, if it explodes, look at what the damage is going to do, how many people will die, blah, blah, blah. Option two, shelter in place. It's a slow leak. It might go bang, but the option two is, the way it's looking at the moment, it's not going to. So therefore, shelter in place, but also with the condition, we lift them up, get them as high as possible, because the chlorine gas is heavier than air, it's going to sit on the floor. You've now given a second option, and you can keep going, option after option, until somebody says, oh, look, stop doing all this. Tell me, what the hell do I do? I don't tell you. I do this option, I give you this option. Now, if you decide one, in your opinion, is better than the other, you need to justify it. And that's the tricky bit. But that's what it is for. This is why you are different from first responders. No disrespect at all to any first responder, but their job is very fixed. They have to save lives, get in there, save material. Yes.
I reckon also that the decision maker, he wants to get the possibility of your options.
Yeah.
So where does this be in the long run? And you have to have the same kind of mindset before, during, after the whole scenario. You see what I mean? Because when we as an advisor and a decision maker, let us say level, then it's easier to like.
Okay. What I've done is I've just put up some of those points. There's not everything on there, but number one, a hazard assessment. Yeah, look, right, we've got to know about this. Okay. Provide expert analysis. You are CBRN experts. Surely. That's what you're here for. And it's no good you saying, well, I don't know about this, or I'm not a chemist. Sorry, you are the expert. Learn about it. That's what it's all about. Leak impact, dispersion patterns are lower, which is a piece of software which can predict where the gas is going to go. That's one of them that you will play with at a certain.
Yes, exactly.
at a
In
certain
September,
stage.
you will have an entire module of DSS.
You will learn how to use this. And we will use it in a CCX afterwards.
Yep.
Risk communication, protective actions. Do we evacuate? Do we shelter in place? These are options you give. Strategic response. Just make sure everybody's aware that there is a certain level of PPE required, depending on the exposure and the concentration. You need to know that. Roughly speaking, the first responders know what to do. We will get on with it. But you, the specialist, they will come to and say, well, do I need to wear all of this? It's hard work doing this in a gear like that. Multi-agency coordination. This one is one of the keys. Now, the first responders will set up an incident point, yeah? So that's been leaving. And they will communicate to other first responders. First responders, who are we talking about? Fire, ambulance, police, civil protection, ultimately HAZMAT or CBRN, if we want to call it. Imagine fire. Who else might be involved in this? What other agencies might we need to consider? What other agencies, apart from the first responders, might we need to consider? Local authorities, absolutely. We need to bring them on board as soon as possible. It's in their environment. We need to tell them about it and what the impacts will be. Anybody else?
Media agencies.
Media. Ooh, we can come back to media there. Yeah, we're going to spend a lot of time in media.
Someone know about the electricity.
Yeah. So we've got to look at all these things, okay? Multi-agency coordination, that is part of your role. And look, and external experts. You're not expected to know everything, although really should. You can't. But you need to know if there's something I don't know, who can I reach out to? Who does? Who's the expert? I can bring on with and say, actually, I don't know this, but Alba does. She'll tell you what's going to happen. That's what you have to do. That's part of your job.
But sorry, this kind of organization, I cannot do during the crisis.
No, you're right.
I have to organize before.
Well done.
So I have to
Yes.
put all the telephone number of people, of experts, in case of.
In an ideal world, yes.
Yes, you do.
And sorry, another thing. As you say, what I understand is that we are not over the first responder. We are in parallel, we work in parallel in terms of the action. So,
First responders do tactical, you do strategic.
yeah.
But it seems like
And in the top, there are decision making.
there's a decision maker, that's the decision. One of the big decisions that the decision maker will have to make, that you don't, is the release of other resources. Because the release of resources means you take them from one place and put them somewhere else. You cannot make that decision. A decision maker, someone with authority has to make that. Economics, availability, post-incident planning, recovery plans, health, all of these things. Something else I will throw in the mix, and I'm going to concentrate on multi-agency cooperation, on coordination. Here's sunny London. If this incident was to occur in London, in what we call London City, just very hard London, we would call the London Fire Brigade. Of course we would. That's the first response. We would call them under landlord service. Yeah, because I know. We would call, because of where we are, Metropolitan Police. There's a police force to set all up. Okay. We would contact the environmental agency. We have a release of gas into the environment. Police call them. NHS is now health service, National Health Service. Here we go, we keep going. We even have the possibility to invoke the London Resilience Partnership. Well, what the heck's that? That is a pre-planned, coordinated partnership between agencies, which includes things like the homeless agents. Because if this happens, and we have chlorine from the ground, and you have homeless people sleeping on the streets, you're going to be picking up a lot of bodies. It's not the role of first responder to go and scoop up a guy sleeping on the street. But there are agencies that do that. But they need to know this is happening. That comes under London Resilience Partnership. We might have to deploy hazmat, CBRN, and in the worst case, if it escalates, bring in the military. In London, we don't tend to bring in the military unless it's really, really necessary. People don't like to see military on the streets. They don't like to see policemen carrying guns. It's just the mindset. But this, you could argue, is country specific. And it is country specific. However, cambiamo qualcosa? In Italia. Se questo succede a Milano, yeah, okay, we have that. Local police, state police are along with the environmental monitoring. Prefettura, we don't have prefettura in London. It doesn't exist. We have there, we have the same power. This is more sort of simple. But you might call on these. You have here, that's only here, which is one of the best civil protection systems in the world, if not the best. It is unbelievable. Italians often get criticised, but perhaps not planned as well as they could. I'm trying to be diplomatic here.
Yes.
But when something happens,
Yes,
bloody hell, civil protection are good. They are bloody brilliant. We don't have them in the UK. We had them during the war. They were expanded in the 1950s. Here, they play a wonderful role. Every time there's a large incident that goes on, we look at earthquakes and all these things. These are the guys that you see. So, but the structure is the same. It doesn't matter what you call them. You have different elements. But as an advisor, you've got to make sure that all of these people are talking to each other. How about moving somewhere else? What about me? Well, we can. What do we have? Agnon. Remember these guys? Great guys, aren't they? They're good. Yeah. And it's goes. Yeah. Okay. Environmental agency, EAD. You have these incredible, this mobile system, I saw it last out there. It's unbelievable, the mobile decon system. This blooming great chlorine turns up and you've got an instant decontamination system. No more putting up silly tents and in the cave. Fantastic. But the structure is still the same. The kind of people you talk to are still the same. So we go through unified command, civil defence, and the armed forces if required. If it escalates, you bring in the armed forces. So it's the same kind of thing that you do. It doesn't matter where you are. You call it different things. You have a different agency. But essentially, they do the same. And it is your role to make sure all of these people are on the same page and talk together. Okay? How are we doing? So far, so good? We were supposed to do a TTS today. Anyway, I thought it was worth doing that. So, just for those of you that are on cold turkey, you can take your phones back. Yeah! Okay. What we're going to do now
Teams.
is divide you into teams because you are going to play a TTS. Okay?
Team one. According you that's within Shahad. Alseiari, Cangialosi, Lezzi, Rotti, e Zambelli. Over here, or over there.
As long as you sit together, we don't.
Yeah, okay. So team one here. Auxiliari, Canceloni, Pezzi, Rossi, Zambelli. Mohammed, please. Team two, Alati, Alcerai, Figuro, Lombardi, Rizzo. Over there. Team three, Almenali, Antenucci, Janne, Orlandi e Bilanchi. Qua. Arrasti, Michelangelo, Franchi, Numeri e
Quando noi qua,
Are we in something? Are we in?
Oh,
Right. For each team, we need a team leader.
yes.
And I don't know why, but this is the hardest thing we're going to do today. Is we're going to do this in benefits. It's female. We have one person. Team leader. How do we do this? Team leader. Have we got a team leader for the 4 teams?
Before. Oh, you? Good. Who's the team leader?
Okay. So,
Who's the team leader?
oh, I still this.
we are
Okay. So we've got teams.
Yeah,
4 teams.
14.
4 teams. 4 team leaders. Now, please, I like to describe this as a safe environment, although we do have Alba here, so it's risky sometimes, but we will do the best we can. Please ask anything. There is no stupid question, only stupid answers, okay? And we'll try not to make them stupid. There's no hidden agendas, there's no trick questions for the It's purely logical. It is based on fact, but it's my interpretation of fact, okay? Just so you know, it's my copyright, which I freely give to the university, but not to everybody else. If you're interested in it, come and talk to me afterwards. So what I'm going to do is just tell you where this incident takes place. It takes place at a place called Kingsdown Beach. Does exist. It's on the southeast coast of England. It's in Kent, in fact. And if you were to look on a clear day, you can see France. It's that close. Look at the channel in between. Okay. It's a beautiful place to walk. You can walk your doggy there. We do. Thank you. But there is a problem. This problem is real. It's not fictitious. We have many far-right groups who are not happy with the fact that these rubber boats turn up very frequently every day carrying immigrants and all of them. And these migrants come across, that many of them have travelled thousands of kilometres to get there, and then they risk their life crossing the sea, and they land in Britain. If they can land on British soil, they have a legal right to stay. All they have to do is put their little feet on there. We, as the UK, can only return them to their point of origin if we can identify which country they came from. So what they do is they take their passport, throw it in the sea, step on the beach. You cannot get rid of them. They are there. That's the law. That's the way it is. These guys, Britain's first, I've just made up these names, by the way, so you can see some of the groups that actually do this kind of horrendous thing on the beaches. Look out for these boats. They're trying to discourage them coming on. They've killed so many people, children. And we get these protests, refugees not welcome, and right-wing stuff. Please. So, for today, this is the first time I've ever tried this. We're not going to do a standard TTX. It's going to be like a slow bicycle race. And we're going to go at the slowest pace, which means the pace of the slowest group, basically. Because we're going to go inject by inject, but all together at the same time. Normally we don't do this, but we will do it. So please make sure you watch the screen. Okay? So what we're going to do now is give you what we call the scene settings. Okay? So there are 2 documents to be given.
Yeah.
And yes. Here, have one. Have 2. So
Got to tell them to work as a team.
I forgot to tell you to work as a team. I've been told not. I'm sorry. It's a team. You're right. I'm sorry. I've forgotten all the rules. I only got up that night. I think it.
Ah, bien, c'est pas bon, non, I'll put on the training on
Just need to read the rooted documents right now.
Go ahead. It's your time. No problem. Okay. We inject this into you. Prima demanda, a propria principale, prima demanda pensa in frente, ma per il ci sono abbiamo facciamo un pequeño stazione, gruppo no? Stereos. Non alla fine, no. Alla fine facciamo perfettamente quando devono spostare diversi iconi. Per quello non è importante. Cosa facciamo? Cosa si chiama? Cosa si fa? E così. Anno.
26.
Cosa dopo?
Your card will be at 4, I think.
How can we can anticipate that?
It's quite difficult at this moment in Rome, so please don't ask me to come forward after here for 2.
No, not at 2. Why can't we get it before 4:30?
I can ask for them. Because it's
4:30 is very late.
they are super busy. We struggle to find all the systems like. You need the things for the today.
Being not in the
Sì, chi era? You already know.
See?
Non sapeva cosa fare.
È meglio di quello. Mai visto.
Mai visto.
Non mi ha contattato. Vabbè, sceso con te.
Non siamo contattati. Ok. No, no, tu me devi dire se perché è bello. Ok.
Ah, sono qua. Cinque. Quando cinque? Da quante? Quali pensi? Perché non si può uscire, perché loro...
Sì.
Beh, non sono già qui, posso fare solo dopo.
No, ma si fa.
Poi, cosa meglio? Fare campus? Sì, sì, perfetto. Dopo mezz'ora. Poi campus. Campus biomedico, lui è inserito così.
No, ma lo sanno dove devono andare.
No? Ma guarda, scritto io, so che non è scritto che non è Ah, sì. Però,
After what we suggest that they may be on usually
When you are ready, oh. I do job. Yeah. And slip on that, right? And what we call the elements already. Basically. And then next paper will be what happened. Yeah. What animals are understand. Yeah, I explain what's waiting for the summer stuff. It's only a restaurant. Another people yeah. I'm probably a lot of people. Of course, we do the stuff.
Sacco del problema di mio padre. New York. Poi hanno cancellato i voli perché hanno deciso di bombardare l'inferno. Qua gira. Pensi? Quello? Che sai? Sì, lo so, perché la sposa era di mio fratello, con la storia antica. Sono partite da Roma e sono andate a Milano perché poi sono stato qualche giorno a Come. E non mi sembra che a Milano Centrale, come nord, no. Vai, dobbiamo presentarsi, ovviamente no, Vuoi l'acqua?
Yeah.
La prendo qua.
Doesn't make you, down there and it seems like you say, like. Okay. But you don't grab the light side.
But we don't leave it up there. Yeah. And then, yes.
Well, at least one group has worked it out, the others haven't yet. Well done. Difficult, was it?
So, we're at the 2 pages. So. Okay. We understand the situation. It's all there's no but it needs, you know, if you have a bias, it's not gonna get that, you mean.
Grazie. Vai.
Guarda, li ho già messi.
Io no.
Sì, ma volevo leggere io. No, così li leggiamo.
Volevo vedere, guardare quello schermo. Piccoli? Oh, ok.
La settimana scorsa, la settimana prima del matrimonio, ieri sera ho detto a me, oggi arriva Mike, ma a casa no, perché tuo padre sta male, se no oggi di Tix lo faceva da soli. E scorsa lunedì dico ok, vai così una settimana prima più in villa, fatto tutto, capelli, arriviamo lunedì mattina alle 5. Si dorme, davanti alla della scuola. No, poi si ammala.
Loro cacciano via, no?
Sì, infatti ci sappiamo dentro, non puoi entrare. Però, siccome il giorno prima, no, poi il giorno dopo ho visto dal registro che l'hanno rifiutata di nuovo. Proprio così adesso potevamo parlare di guarda,
And then where we should
But it's a short self is all because there are
No, no, it's the same, because this is the, so these, it's in,
Okay. Yeah, this time.
I remember.
Which is like us. Which is you show me. Maybe police.
we are not sure but, you know, the way, of the.
Are you ready for the first? Didn't indicate when you said no. You said no. Okay, so you don't get it. This is how. No, that's what I was thinking. Okay, next.
Okay.
We're ready now?
Good.
Oh, okay.
Check.
One. Okay, no, we are ready.
Okay, thank you. Now we can.
Okay.
So.
I didn't understand why.
I didn't follow it. Yeah, me too. Just like that.
So.
The only thing that I talk about is, no,
You can actually do different.
You have to go next. This is what you're doing. That's a really simple thing.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I think this is
If during the party.
Experts, time, what should one be done during this kind of trust?
yeah.
That's and trying to find it fast. But I think that a lot of the combination of the three okay. Not just primarily aspect that we analyze. In my opinion, the videos of the cameras or something else. The problem might be I don't want to take that, then I don't want to close these.
I think they don't know.
Better if we are trying to the second.
So what do you think? Any advice? Any advice?
What advice would you give to people?
I think it's
Yes. Yeah, but in the UK, we lost the final.
I don't think we know that. Yeah. Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know. We know that in the past he was. But no. Yes, but it is the context and the information that we have.
Okay, I don't know, still.
Can we ask a question? The first information that we don't have this original side for the family. It's just one. You know what I think.
General information.
At the moment, we don't see any connection with,
What do you do with
Sorry, one question. Okay, let's just. No, sorry for interrupting. Okay. This is the first time we've done it this way, so it's interesting also for me to see how this works or doesn't. So, now then, what we're going to do is just discuss this just very quickly, and hopefully you'll understand what we're trying to do. So you have the background, which are the scene setters, okay? Scene setters are the right wing people who cause trouble. There's Kurt Stevens, who's a member of it. There's the rugby club dinner, all sorts of things happening. Who cares? I don't care. First injection. Now look carefully. All of that happened before. This is now day 2, 6 in the morning. Okay, so what is it? It's police situation report. So it's reporting over the last 24 hours. What happened over the last 24 hours? It's part of the report. So the first thing was, the migrants. So there were things on the beach, there was trouble down there. Well, not surprising, is it? So simple question. Is that an issue for you as CBRN advisors? No. Oh, good. Done. Sorted. That's easy, isn't it? There's no point in discussing it. Next big one. A pharmacy break-in. Is that an issue for you as CBRN advisors? No.
Not yet.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. Could be. Could be.
Not yet.
Why could it be?
We said let's inquiry.
Yeah, why could it be?
That's some things they.
I just want to understand the
items stolen are not,
how can the stolen items be used?
How can they use and what's the consequences then?
So how can it be used? How would you use these items? Cough deliverance, decongestions, over the counter antihistamines. You are all such wonderfully good people, aren't you? No one's actually been in the criminal world.
stole,
What do they do with these drugs?
Is a use of conflict
But okay. Okay, let's make it easy. Let's make it easy. For the first point, I think you all said no, no interest, and I absolutely agree with you. The second one, there's a truth, and there's a no, and there's a maybe. Oh, there's a might there. Let's speed things up a little bit, shall we? I like to speed things up a little bit. Let's just this is the rest of that report. You're like the first part. So now, this is the second part of the police report. So this is the local police. They issue a report in 24 hours about what's happened. Okay? So what happened? Some other things happened.
Okay.
And then what the police record? Yes, of the other things. Picture. The second part of the record. Is the second part of the same record. Of the same record, yeah. Correct. Okay.
I should have given two again. I thought I'd see what happened.
About the voting for instance, there are some problems. People, certain people that
Yes. To provide information about yeah, we can do that. You use everything on that. I just thought you could huge production. Okay. Whatever. Actually, I can't look at yours. What would you It's 4 o'clock, too early for you to ask.
Non c'è più disponibile. Ho chiesto pure il
Siamo
Yes. I don't know, if just Day one. They just discuss. So maybe now we can set so maybe check the council if there is a time when they told Everything
Hey, guys. Guys, go. Now stop and answer the car. Okay, look. You're all happy. So, what advice would you give? Anything particular? Just give us one bit of advice.
We decided that it could be a good option to get the list of all people that were present at the dinner. Both people invited and in those working, because we don't know if this could be just food poisoning or on purpose. We don't know. We need to investigate this.
Okay. So you're saying that's potentially a CBAR and meter?
No, not this.
No, sorry.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's not
We
the,
don't know.
But,
We need to investigate and also ask this to understand if there could be an instance if there were other cases of attempted or repeated stolen trucks,
Okay, guys, could this bridge last and close the secondary problem?
Yes.
it's everyone, so, together.
Yes, what? What? Because the ways the studies compound that are finished. There can be also some blood contamination from patients, and but you don't know what's in the do. Yeah, you said.
Yeah, we believe that the story activity can be a potential biological risk.
So, yes.
And in case radioactivity, the hospital.
No.
No, if the hospital can,
Will they be made seriously?
No.
Why?
But there is a special case for that.
Because this is like a place for that.
Not the way that,
They're separate.
hospitals, they do have a list of they will dispose. So you need that list as well.
You need that list, yes, well, you get that list. You will get that list. Right. Maybe, but you know, how things will be a lot of things.
For the rest of the people, will say, the rest of the you mean, the order to carry out the list.
Yes, they would.
It's possible.
It's already gone.
Sorry. Okay, so, otherwise, here in the end, the waiting of people give back. We can prevent the next part, explain that. Difficult than other advice.
Is there, okay, is there a link to estimate?
yeah.
It depends.
No,
You have to give advice, what is your advice?
We expect that maximum over 77%.
Can you say it again, can you just say, couldn't hear you?
Yes, about the need studies to tackle the hospital, and it depends on the capacity of the hospital that we have with this type of exercise, because we expect a maximum of the 77%. And we don't know about the capability of the hospital to take care of a maximum of 100 persons with the same symptoms.
You expect a maximum of 100 people with symptoms?
We have to consider the most case. Anyway, once you get the patient now then on the stage active.
That's the
Even
point.
a physical involved.
Yeah, if you're talking of 2 people,
Yes.
23, that's, yeah, we don't need even to elevate.
23% of the capability of the restaurant.
Let's have a look and see what the hospital says, because this is a report. The nurse, it's a partial report from the Freeman Hospital. And it gives you the report of the status overnight. That means summary, yeah? Which will be, that one. Index 3 should be, yeah?
Yeah. No.
That's just one. Is the president, is something you should answer the eyes, if you say, it's not a problem. It's possible. It would be something. We need to make it. So it's gonna happen. What would be the cost? Yes, I think you're letting each other listen. Always funny.
Others, this is lots of green, easy, sorry. Just one, I say.
Yeah, like. But Sunday, I think that if you're because I was still afraid that it's just the priority.
Is there any salary with it?
Abbiamo scoperto perché non c'è perché uno dei fuori della facoltà è venuto. Sono solo uno. No, si è rotto ieri. L'anno scorso di questo periodo abbiamo fatto il corso ai medici dell'Arabia Saudita, un'aula che era una giornata di questa, ma in sotto a corso, stiamo di sotto, la morte, proprio la morte.
The pipe, the use of it. No more or give anything.
They are fine, but also. But then you
Abbiamo bisogno di un glossario.
Di un glossario?
C'è uno e c'è sì, no? Un glossario.
Sì.
Ancora non sappiamo.
Che non è più a GRC.
Ho fatto un pranzo con Christopher Avenga
Oh, lucky you.
l'altra sera, o l'altro giorno, non so.
Come sta?
Va benissimo.
Ma con chi lavora adesso? Sempre
Sì, lavoro per... no, oh,
Io ho telefonata di traverso, ma perché non
45 minuti sul telefono con lui, ma perché non mi ha chiamato per un posto di lavoro? Ho passato il concorso. Sì, in caso di passato il concorso, ha il diritto di fare un'applicazione per un posto di lavoro. Ah, no, 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 no. In Italia non funziona così. Questo non è l'Italia, questo è l'applicazione europea. Ma dove si trova il posti? Come dove si trova? Guarda!
devi vedere che probabilmente sul radiologico farsi
Lui ha fatto un concorso, dopo lui ha fatto questo, poi ha fatto un altro video, ha fatto un altro, soltanto per...
è la stessa cosa che gli stanno facendo, devi andare a vedere su quale sito c'è posizioni aperte.
Ma questo,
Ma perché sta finendo i 7 anni office.
sì.
E quando vai là devi tornare a lavoro normale. Questi
No, comunque, Nodiman è andato via. Chi me frega? Quello belga, nucleare, è sempre lì, Janssens. Quello mi ha preso il posto. Ah, lui ha preso anche questo. No, per il nostro South African Christopher, sono in questione del lui, sua moglie lavora ancora lì, però solo per 2 anni. Dopodiché,
non è
no, perché 6 anni massimo.
no, con l'agenzia
Sì, però lui cerca sempre un posto più stabile, come tutti. Ma tu sei qua ora con un contratto firmato?
scade a settembre. Hanno.
Però
Prima o poi, o se quando oggi prima questo e domani la pensione.
no, ma Chris non è contento.
Beh, ma fai il grafico, cosa vuoi fare? Cioè, fai quello.
Poi, francamente, not the sharpest knife in the
No,
drawer,
per niente.
okay? Oh, scusa.
From this. Yeah, two, of which one sedation and one supervision. I understand. Yes. No, 3.
And the probably.
I don't know, the big game. They know what you're doing. They know you will easily.
It's not.
Like when It might be called.
Possiamo mangiare come interni o come esterni? Di medicina. Questa qua sotto dell'ospedale. Non è medicina.
Cose diverse, perché l'ospedale, anche se siamo vicini, l'ospedale funziona, è una cosa,
Pensavo fosse la stessa roba.
stessa qualità.
Dici?
No,
Dove che mangiate?
io non lo porto magari, però anche questa cosa, potete scendere adesso. No, l'ordinate, lo pagate, vi lasciate il nome, poi dovete soltanto ritirare il nostro
Information. You don't get it back, you know, it's not giving you the answer, it's giving you the whole. Okay, so the only question I want is the second one, really. What is the hospital? You, well, that was you. What is this hospital? What would you expect the hospital to be doing now with all this information we have? Looking at correlation, when are we talking looking at that correlation? Clustering, thank you. Yeah, we're looking for clusters on that. Anything else? What will the hospital be doing? What would you expect them to be doing?
We believe that the PPE check is also an important aspect.
It is, and they're doing it, so that's good.
Yeah, that's good.
Anything else?
Cooperate and coordinate with other.
Oh, you've got buzzwords like this. Cooperate and coordinate.
We have to identify if there are other hospitals that started.
Thank you. We want to look at, exactly, we need to communicate with our hospitals. You cannot do it in isolation. You've suddenly got this cluster, which means more than likely other hospitals have them as well. Do we know that?
Yes.
We need to contact the other hospitals. That is not generally the role of a first responder. That's the role of an advisor. Now, probably that would be done in the hospital anyway. That's what I would expect the hospital itself to be doing. I just want to make sure that you know what they should be doing. Because if they're not, you should tell them. Yes.
I have a question. We were discussing about something that we discussed during our last class together. And that was that when the advisor is called intervene, it is because there is an incident that has been compared. So we were wondering, is at this time our role to suggest something to the hospital as advisor? Or it's just something that we do because we have been asked in this time? Because
Yeah, you're right. We don't have a clear seafaring incident here. What we're having is all sorts of noise and all sorts of bits and pieces coming in. But that's life. This is what you get. You generally don't get the chlorine tanker that flips over. That's easy. Send the first responders. Let them get on with the job. This is much harder. And this is where it gets difficult. And this is why we employ people like you, who get paid from senior amount of large money to make these decisions and suggestions. What do you think? I know. Let's look at the next one and see if this changes anything.
Yeah, yeah. We don't risk actually.
Well, he don't reach.
No, farò ancora camminare.
We then
Right. Where like all these things on the different field and the part of the world.
Sì, ancora stanno nella termina.
And we are like that the
you have to check that there is a. Vabbè, hai se proprio da come mi sta detto, voi delle cose che non not know about that.
Just
So the they are working there. I did so go for example, get to you have to somehow I don't know because we have one So you have to realize, you have to consider about the hard communication. No, let's say. Downstream. Exactly. If you take the product, one is done. Now we are about the right that's someone that controls population. So now we give the advice about the because they are not open. They are trying to reach This process this is the information behind it. Really, there's a more. So we have criminal prosecution. We have criminal prosecution as for a where we small this is what they want to also prevent this using the crime. That's the legal. Again, from outside, which in from inner. We probably know which hospital it came from. It's that we can state the label on the bottle indicates that the material comes from
Okay.
Taken from the.
Let's,
document. Yeah, it's, we can.
Why don't we look at it?
Oh. Give respect to the bags,
Most of the gas or
yes.
almost everything I put up there, you're already discussing, so we might as well discuss it, okay? So, what is the risk, what is the risk to the public? It is a risk to the public, this is a real risk.
Yeah.
So this, I say, classifies within CBRN, it's a risk, okay? This is not the normal thing I expect a policeman to pick up or a fireman. We have to be careful. We have dispersion on there. Okay. How will you deal with it? It's a CPR incident.
Yeah.
Problem.
How are you going to deal? What's your advice on that CPR incident? What advice would you give? Bring it up. Okay.
Yeah, the security area.
Security area. What else?
Security barrier.
Decontaminate what? You're going to decontaminate a beach.
No.
That's interesting.
That's not going to be, that's big.
Security. Can you decontaminate a beach? That's what you do, if that's the requirement.
We need to check. also-
Information on.
Maybe you will take.
Thank you. If you cannot decontaminate, you have to remove it. Like in traffic. You're right. If that's required, I'm not sure it is, but you have to be aware of that. Okay, sorry, let's write it.
You know, we were saying that when isolating the areas, the area, we also need to check if there is hidden biohazard underground, probably under the sand, and also to coordinate with other agencies.
Oh, thank you. Lovely job. Coordination with other agencies, such as?
Like, for instance, the fire brigades to check the units for severe, for biohazard.
Volunteer association.
It's the volunteers, I like that.
No, but we were seeing volunteers working with the migrants at the beach.
So we then come to what is the potential for community tension and disorder? Why was this stuff done here?
To generate.
To generate tension.
We buy drugs and so on, and we can ask for a team from the hospital where this.
Before we get to that, it's a political statement. Okay? Now, we can go back and identify it, almost certainly from the material that's dumped. There may be name tags, there will certainly be names or drugs or things that we use. The hospital should identify it. Okay, but what we now have is blame on the migrants. So who is the likely group that are doing this? The far right. We don't know that, but if that is the case, we now have legal implications. What are those legal implications? What would you suggest to a decision maker they need to consider legally?
Monitor BLT.
Awesome. Anything else?
Legally,
Legally, what's the legal situation here? What's the legal implication? Is this legal? Can I throw stuff like that on the beach?
Racial hatred.
Racial hatred, yeah. We now have a whole series of things which are not CBRN related, but it's meant you have a choice. And we know almost certainly where the materials came from. What is the problem now between the two injects? Inject 4 and inject 2. What is the problem with you? It's already been mentioned twice.
So, we are, if it's proven, it's.
No, You did. What you did was say that. It was asking sort of. Inject two. What is inject two? What is special about inject two? Come on. It's written. It's written on it. Who gets to see it? Come on, you told me.
The label on the.
It's written in.
The
It's restricted. Inject two is restricted document, in which case the public do not know anything about this loss of material from the hospital. The first thing the public know is walking up to the dog on the beach, oh, keep away from there. There's a load of dirt, syringes and mess. So we now have an issue. And it's a CBRN one.
But we can say that analyzing the waste is possible to attribute to a local hospital this waste. Because it,
Can you do that and should you do that?
No.
We should.
Communication department. Now,
Should now check if there was a combination of material, like the.
well, let's assume they look at it and say, yeah, that came from this hospital. That's fair.
this is to reduce the,
So you're saying publish this, yes?
yeah,
This is now your role to advise the decision maker.
Yes.
Should you publish or not? Because the information you have on inject two is restricted. You can't just publish it. If you do, you're in trouble. It may be correct, but be careful. You need to check first, which is what you were saying.
but it's a way to reduce the.
It is the way. It is the way. So this is why you need to talk to the decision maker and say, look, I think you should make this public now. We have information that was restricted, and that also causes a problem. What is the problem with the public now?
They would say that we didn't public the report.
Thank you. It's a question of trust. The public won't trust you. Well, why didn't you tell us it was stolen? Because if you told us it was stolen, we would have, what, not walked your dog onto the beach? Come on. You know. But it does create difficulty. You, as CBRN advisors, will have and receive information which is not generally made public. And you have to be careful about what you give to the public. In English, we say cover your asses, okay? Just be careful what you say. But yes, you do need to de-escalate anything by bringing this out. Oh, we didn't make this public earlier because it happened at 4 a.m. or something, we will wake you up. And anything is like, I don't care what you say, but think about it. Okay? All right so far? It's easy, isn't it? Isn't this easy? What have we got now? Oh, anybody works in the medical field? Oh, good. You're next. Can I just say, if anybody wants to go and get a break or get a smoke or get a coffee or do something, by all means go and do it. It's not a school lesson. I mean, the work will carry on, the injuries will keep arriving, but if you want to go at any time, feel free. If not, just carry on. Thank you. Oh, group review. Please don't be long. The longer you spend here, the less time you have to finish, the longer you need to stay tonight. That's all it is.
È tutta la storia. Appassionata.
We still want to meet.
Okay, all right. L'altra volta era proprio con le spiegazioni.
Alcuni anni è diverso. Prima assolutamente sì.
Tutti.
Sì.
Cosa fumare?
Sì, vai, ma
Yes,
via.
but she could do the leftovers.
Fa un baffo. Uscite, no? Non è
Would you like some coffee?
No, I'm good, thanks. I just want to sit here and sweat.
L'inventazione generale, conoscendo questa e con una risposta a perché non solo cioè no, senza dimensioni, diverse metodologie, sono acque facciali, o ci stanno cose oggi, io rispondo a questo però più esempio che diciamo normali, testi, si parla del computer. Però però adesso piccolo secondario e domani e diciamo in altro di veramente essere sulle relazioni e in che succede che c'hai quella che dica e io penso che non questo è sono anche in la recensione di morale quindi le parla quindi sono quindi se tu ci hai questo obiettivo no anche scenari ma io non quelle legate su quegli obiettivi anche va quindi subito basta l'efficienza basta quindi i modi che ci hanno questa roba non è che l'idea del track è piaciuta non erano questi sette minuti devo correggere il 90%. E sì, perché tu non posso vedere se io non quindi se parlo questo si va a finire cosa che non è vero che i versi sono diversi ora c'è dei tema pranzo ovvio che non invece di fare di quello che sì, ma guarda che poi sempre di una conferenza, c'è una che sono i vari di grandi quanto se adesso non è che non ha sei penso che quindi che sa ci sono preso quello che mi hanno dato quindi Oggi c'è stato diritti che non conoscevano i nostri abbiamo già la vita ci va questa molto perché per il vicino dai figli. Quando dove essere il quale non c'è da dire che si deve usare tutti gli allora questo è una cosa che dato da solo e anche per dare perfetto sulle storie sulle storie di cioè di stare di fare cimitero poi parla la nostra di questo cosa che sulla politica per se da di cose e ricordo che oppure ho caso di vedere non sia una serie delle persone che ci uno fuori di base di per un mese, un valore, senza che c'è niente, però basta, questo siamo non riusciamo a muoverci. No, sapete quello che fa anche del sangue, anche dell'ansia, Yeah.
We continue.
Yes.
So are there any risks of secondary contamination? If so, why? Probably. Does it suggest a common source? All the information you have today, these people are now suffering from individual. You're suggesting it's something to do with the food, yeah?
Another one, the patient is a member of the gathering and she also ate the set. He touched the other.
So if she's a member of the catering staff, what does that suggest?
The link is she ate only the set.
Okay, what does it suggest? If the catering staff also.
Because everything is
secondary contamination, or most likely one, unfortunately. Okay. Okay. No, it's not a question. It's a statement. That's the information question. I'm not going to give you an answer because you've not given me a question, right? You're making a statement. Okay.
The fact that she is in the gathering, I would suggest that it was only ingestion.
Suggestion ingestion, yes.
But she also ate something, so we cannot exclude that it is only ingestion.
What's the other thing that also makes life difficult? We have her. She's a catering assistant. She helped prepare the food. What does it suggest? She helped prepare the food. What does that suggest?
And can ingest my comment?
No, but we could not. So, is public messaging needed at this stage? Do you want to alert the public? I mean, the public already know about it, but do you really want to?
No, because probably is confined in this part.
It's more just a point.
I think at this stage, there is no connection between the material that's found on the list and the list. Where it is, we don't know if there's a connection.
We just have some information, we don't have a huge amount of information. But unfortunately, the newspapers get hold of these things. Of course they do.
Before, we don't say that we ask the odds, the list of the participant direction and the list of the worker. Before
Contact tracing, perfect. What we would expect. You can do it at various stages, but it needs to be done.
yeah.
You're not giving you money.
What have you to understand and to rate this particular issue related to the.
Chiedo a lui che quando se la cerca ancora.
But it's normal, newspapers do that.
Yeah. But you not be aware.
It's more than what is that problem though? The problem is really to create
Yeah. It doesn't need to be preferred.
no, it is just
About 5 people can. And if they're using it, you know,
is there any, it's all stuff, any cause any like the chemical hysteria can create a problem. This is not uncommon, huh? This is, you're right, it's not giving you anything else you don't know. But it's making life difficult for you. So what's in there? What are the words that are fueling this? Why is this making it difficult? It should just be a report. It should just be factual, but it's not.
She said on purpose and we are
Yeah,
not
what words are the important ones in here?
We've had one, so. Anything else?
And yeah, we have to call the like to questions. So
What's that mean?
that people will call even
Oh,
if
yes, everyone's gonna be calling. Oh, we've got panic, we've got toxic, we've got people calling.
We got the additional cost for the system, which they has to.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You can spend time dealing with these people who have nothing to do with it. We call them worried as well, you know. Oh, I've got a stomachache. Were you there? No, but I've got a stomachache.
if you attend the principle from the particular is that here for the else is understand is something great all over the
Absolutely.
duration of the cost. The media.
So what I've highlighted is toxic substance. Absolutely. That's not a nice thing. Emergency responders were alerted. Woo! What's going on here?
But the advice is directly only people who attended the dinner, so is a limited.
freelance.
Do you think that's going to be looked at by only the people that Not at all. Not at all.
You can infer from these newspapers. As far as the student from the newspaper, they speak about toxic substance, and this toxic substance can be spread over the maybe they use an ingredient that is used also on the side.
Full scan investigation. That's going to put pressure. That put pressure on your decision maker.
But I don't understand, what authority needs this declaration?
No authority is
Yeah, I understand, but the newspaper say that authority has, authority say,
That's a lie.
It's not true, probably.
It doesn't matter. You can say anything.
and so we have to prepare an official
Oh, thank you. So what would you say?
communication.
Who would it go to? You have to prepare something against that. Yes.
Yes. As a communication press.
Communication, press and media, absolutely. But there's no authority. Anybody can write this. In partnership, I can write that down in partnership.
Can you sue the people?
Interesting. That may be a,
Because most of,
that may be a course of action. But if you're going to sue the newspaper for that, you're going to sue everybody on the internet almost. On the rubbish that you read every day. What I read from the BBC today, so I think that's just about acceptable as a news feed. But today we have more people getting their daily news from social media than from any other news source. Social media is written by anybody, where you can say whatever you like. And more than half of the population are now using that as their certified news source. Oh my God. Really shocking now. So, brilliant. But that's the way it is. Can we sue them? You can try. People have difficulty because if you're going to sue, you have to prove there's been damage. It's damage to what reputation or something. That's very, very difficult to prove in this instance. But I would certainly have strong words to whoever wrote it and say, come on, no, this isn't right. You shouldn't be doing this. So let's see how the medical people are getting on here, shall we? Because we've got some more medical report summaries. So I hope by now it's worked out.
I will one thing. I will for you. That was there. I passed it on a bit.
Four more.
Three months.
I'm saying. Dopo magari fatto. Poi parli di lo so.
No, infatti gli ho detto no. Lei mi ha detto non si può. Ha detto però fammi lavorare. Che per pranzo? Insalata e
The fishing bit.
One person, not
Yeah, actually, that's part of the probably by somatic or anxiety related.
While you're doing this, I'm going to throw something at you. Do you think this is a bacterial infection?
Which one?
Or is it a toxic substance?
Then. So you think back.
Why?
It's. Mostly charged, which is more long.
So you think
It's probably the fact that we're washed well.
well, there are these possibilities.
But now, the laboratory should do it well.
So we result from
You know how many times you have to get rid of some of these substances?
Okay.
So once you
And that's one person who will discharge.
so many people. Have some question.
And this person was 68 years old. It means that the people read the paper and go in the hospital without any reason.
They do, they do, absolutely.
Because it's people very informed.
But they would come with a group, they
That plus
But what does it tell you?
Nothing.
Therefore, come on.
It's the only food that the girl eats.
Use those brains. What is it telling you?
That there's something in the list.
That there's possibly something in the dessert. I'm giving you all possible.
We have two people away to leave us
Yes. Yeah, so. We have an issue.
So,
Now.
the two checks when I like it.
Well, there's no control. Okay, right. We have one here, she's a genius. Come on. Oh. Do it again. Let's hear what was said here.
The idea that's constant, like, the time of trade from the beginning of December. Most likely go to and try to understand Syria or why.
It's more likely toxic than bacteria. Bacteria, you get bacteria issues, they tend to occur straight away. We don't get what's called delayed onset. Here we've definitely got some delayed onset. It took some hours before anything happened. Most people who have even simple food poisoning, that's actually quite quickly. I was in hospital with salmonella, and it went very fast, very efficient when it started. It just took me a while to get there. What about this Stanley Cook?
It's nice.
So why is he being discharged? Yeah. Well, he's one of the classic. He was there, but it doesn't matter. He didn't, he hasn't any problems, but he's wiring down. He's there. Right? Oh, was he 60? Oh, God, yeah, it's about my age. Oh, fun. Discharged with follow-up advice. Psychosomatic. But he did not use it. Okay, so you're getting an idea now. We're getting there. Now I'm just going to give you something that I absolutely hate. But it's life. That's really. Paracetamol. So it only took me 2.5 hours to do 5 injects. That's good. I'm going to be here till tomorrow. So there you go. You are advised this now. People managers, yes. So what are you going to advise the decision maker? Absolutely. We need these official statements. We do. We've got a third one. What sort of thing will you say? What would you say? What might you say?
You go to the hospital unless it's very, very necessary.
My opinion, the first thing to say is that you have to stay calm, you don't panic, and don't go to the hospital. Even if you have stomachache, only if you go to this building and you have some problems.
Yeah, we need to put thresholds on. Okay, exactly that. The dinner is the first threshold. What's the next stage of hospital? What do they have to do?
Clarify the situation.
Triage. Thank you. Yeah, they're going to do triage. They're going to look at this and go. Take a paracetamol and go. Really don't need it, or my God, we need to go to this person. So you have to think about these things. But it could be your job to draft a media brief to give to a spokesperson. Or in fact, you could be the spokesperson. Generally speaking, you're not, but you might be. Just depends. So be prepared for that. So what else did we have on there that's of interest?
It's media coming, for people coming just for curiosity and to take pictures or something like outside the hospital to deal with this. Yeah, but like people, this.
They do.
Yeah, they do.
They do. Whatever you like to do with your spare time. But yeah, no, you're right, you're right. So, should the police be involved? Would you advise the decision maker that this is a police matter or not from the social media? Thank you. We got it. Absolutely. My God, that third one is inciting to riot. That is illegal. Absolutely right. Well done. If you read, don't eat at the dancing chicken, this was the restaurant that prepared the food, or you will never dance again. And then we have dancing chicken needs to be roasted, burn it down. Yeah. That, even on social media, is what I'm saying. So as advisors, what should you be doing? Advising, yes. What advice should you be giving? Possible advice. Monitoring. And
Forse something else with the rest.
yeah, and
Prosecute the road.
we'll try prosecution. Go on.
Investigate of the.
Who needs to do first? I got to.
To ask the council, the message.
Thank you. We contact the platform and say, take that down. Well, they're the only people that can do it. That's got to come from quite high up. So that's a very, very specific piece of advice that you should be giving. Whether there's an investigation and a prosecution at the end, I think it's unlikely because these things never get that far. But first, get it down. Don't leave that up. It's already out in the public domain, but at least take it down. And we do see these things taken down quite soon. But it's not good. It really isn't good.
So, but for example, in Italy, people that do investigation are completely separated to authority for managing a procura, sempre capisci.
Okay.
And they move completely without any suggestion from us. Probably.
Well, now is the time to suggest to someone that if this was in the public domain, suggesting burn down the restaurant, I think you should at least flag that and say, this is a public disorder. This is a problem. What they do with it now, it's their decision. It's not yours. You give them the advice. If they decide to say, it's not our problem, right? No, we've got enough things to do on here. We don't need this. Okay, we've done the job.
You have in the UK, you have social media police. I know, sure.
Yes,
So they are following it, they are
Yes.
acting
yes,
already in that
Yeah.
plan, actually.
yes. We actually have police that actually have special units tracked for this.
But if the conversation is public, it's supposed to be told at the public, at least for some time. Among the whole groups, so it's very easy to do something like that.
It may not be very
It's
easy.
very possible, it's possible for President to get things in WhatsApp.
Well, there is always this battle between the so-called secrecy and privacy of people and what is public. Yes,
But private investigation.
Yes, I know. I know, but this is no longer a private conversation. This is out there. Okay? So, anyway, I'm not going to go on any more on that because I could speak all day just about social media amplification. It's terrible. But you have to be aware of it. Oh, dear. 14. 14 is on what?
He's done.
14 is died.
But what's up that about? You're sure. Pretty much needs to be obvious.
Why for information?
Okay.
Single, no.
You just have to have a contact in that.
Fine, so it's pretty involved.
Not having information.
I couldn't be more than like maybe, yeah, that's all the information you have. Sorry.
I'll do that next time. What is the immediate impact of this? Public.
This fish I put have already many regulation.
Yes.
So this river was like the final blow.
Oh, that's okay then, is it? He was gonna die.
Maybe even after the messages on Facebook and so on, then you have to do something for the public people, and you have to communicate this event and to inform the people. But and you have to explain that this budget have some clinical problems, and but that's why you have to communicate.
Thank you. Absolutely right. We want communication. But what does this do to the whole instance? Particularly in terms of any kind of response.
Elevate the.
Thank you. It elevates it. It really elevates it. Absolutely. Up until now, we're talking with people that have basically bad tummy ache, gastrointestinal intolerance. Can't wait till I see you. Okay. Now it's something dying from it. This is no longer just a simple bit of, oh well, bit of food poisoning increasing out. Someone's dying. That's going to worry the mayor, the police, and the public. You don't keep these things quiet. No matter how you try. So this is a problem. It's going to be elevated. So by elevating, what does that mean in terms of your role as advisors? What are you going to advise the decision makers to be considering now?
Everyone wants answer.
Everyone wants answers. How do I get the answers? You're right. Come on, how do we get the answers? We bring medical experts, bring medical experts, but not just bring medical experts. What else do we do? You're right.
Like interview or farm education to all the people.
No, I think you're getting into detail. I don't want details. Think strategically.
Close the restaurant.
I hope that's close already. But yeah,
Not close, in terms, close to perform investigation,
correct.
especially.
How do we do it? How do we do all this? What do we need? Police. Which, a nice word for all of this, police and experts. We need. Yeah, all these all numbers. So
We need another expert for sampling.
we need extra resources. I wanted resources. We need extra resources. One of your key jobs is to advise the decision maker when and where you need extra resources. Otherwise, they don't get delivered. Now, someone's dying. There's going to be questions. We've got to answer them. Bring in extra medical support. Bring in, let's close that restaurant, have a look. But let's get answers now. How do we do that? The only way you get things fast is to put more resources on it. You have to justify to your higher up in the decision making, why you should put resources there and not on the multiple car pile up on the highway where people are dying in real time. Very simple reason is no one cares about the traffic incidents unless it's a bus of 50 children. Sorry, but that's reality. The public are more worried about, did I eat in that restaurant? Do you remember the Novichok incident in Salisbury? There was a pizzeria restaurant, Italian pizza stall, and the people that were there was some contamination, water drop contamination. Imagine the difficulty that that restaurant as a chain had after the incident, because they didn't just shut that down. All the others with the same name, no one will go in. Because I'm not I'll get another job. Nonsense. But it's like the public react in that way. So your job is to justify why there should be more resources and what there should be. Medical, more police, forensics. All these things take time and money, but you need to do it. Okay? Good. Oh, I like this. We're finally getting somewhere. We're finally getting somewhere. We have elevated the situation, and so there's been a result. So here's the result of that elevation.
Probably there'll be very much more people when you know.
For the guys, what? Here.
So let's
Handy.
I'll have two iPads.
No, that's.
Ah, quindi non ci sono. They're trying to take us on.
Yeah.
Assuming is one second.
Something along the lines.
Yeah.
I have.
We had animals, it's not, we want
Magari would be the person where you could be they need to investigate.
Per quanto se la parte
You can make question.
Lo zio di Dalia nominava, per vedere la volta questo due,
Già dall'ultima diciamo la febbraio, penso che a testa che ma devo rinnovare un corso, già sapete vabbè. No, ma non è per questo, pensavo che ogni mese lo devo vedere, non mai mettete la X dopo. Va bene, grazie.
Il figlio di mio figlio, guarda, poi a me dice voi,
So, is there any specific advice you want to give to the police?
Soltanto questa
E se tanto poi non riesci
Now, see what they find. Do you already know what you
No, it's not a vehicle, it's not a any probably you know.
No, I've been
No, sono cugini. Piedi, venivi fuori da una
Okay. This one's gonna go around. This will be interesting. I thought you would get this in seconds. because you're all experts. But you've all led such a gentle life, never entered into this world. What is happening here? The crystal method. How do you know it's a crystal method?
Which we have seen, Eurofin,
And
the leaders, all the people, and we.
yeah, is there Africa down there?
Yeah.
Is there an acid? Yeah. This is a crystal meth lab. These are real photos from real crystal meth projects. They're big photos.
So only property is, that's really,
It's not, it makes them. It's still there. So from, which was stolen from the pharmacy. What is important, guys? Listen up. What is important is that you guys recognise this kind of setup. You need to recognise it. You need to understand what it could be. If someone gives you this photo and says, "What do you think this is?" We're entering this house. We have found these. You are the experts they're going to come to. I'm telling you now, British police go straight away. They met loads of them. But you guys need to understand what these setups are and how simple it is to make them. It's very simple to make, but there are certain things that you need. One of them is the active ingredient of decongestants, Sudafed in America, Nurofen, cold and flu in Europe, and you can distill out with the reaction of acetone and acid. You can activate the crystal meth. That is what's happening here. Okay, you need to understand this. So we now have this man. I should have we've done. Comes to Senegal. He's got a nice biochemistry background. He's using some of his chemistry work here. He's making crystal meth. How does that now fit with everything else that's happening in life? It doesn't. Therefore, what do you advise the decision maker? Make a statement. Make a statement and thank you. Make a statement. This is a separate investigation. We have two incidents here. You are involved in it. This is a CBRN one. What are the dangers of crystal meth manufacture? One of them is that they use highly inflammable materials, and they normally find out about crystal meth labs when they explode. They catch fire very easily. The guys that make this stuff are not very careful. If you look, is it Breaking Bad? If you go back to that, at one time, at one time he was making crystal meth. It is actually very easy to make, but it is quite dangerous if you play with these chemicals. They're very dangerous. But you've got to understand, as advisors, CBRN incident, absolutely, but it is now separate. We need to put this in a parallel stream, if you like. We need to investigate, the police need to do their work, let them get on with it. Your job, in effect, is almost finished, almost, because what's the next step? We need to clean it up. We can't leave it. What advice would you give to help in cleaning this up? If you don't understand or know what chemicals they're using, look up manufacture of crystal meth and you'll see the nice list. But you'll need acetone, you will need acids, you will need the cough tablets or the syrup, you need some, what's it called, it's a red substance they use, that's why it comes out red there before it goes white. It's this one which you find in matches and things like that. It's a fluid and a solid you can make. I'm trying to think what it is. I'll look it up with it. Point is, it's highly inflammatory. But what's the other problem with crystal meth? It just inhalation is a big problem. So what are you going to advise? We now have need for PPE. Yes, we do. What else are you going to advise? Decon. Thank you. What else are we going to advise? Disposal. We need disposal of chemicals. What's the problem with the disposal of the chemicals? They are not common waste. They're not common waste. Well, they are actually. They're quite common. But that's not the problem. It's a legal one. What happens?
Decision. Get out the.
Yeah, there's a big problem here. And people always forget about it. When you go to court, what do you need? Evidence. What is the evidence normally? Material used. Thank you. Material used. So, are you going to take all this material to court?
Just empty the bin.
Yeah. So we have to be very good. We cannot just dispose of it. We need proof of chain of custody. Do you all understand chain of custody? Good. I hope that was a yes over here. Good. Okay, chain of custody. Good. You have to prove it. It's a big, big problem. One of the biggest problems. I work for the United Nations, and we're currently supporting Ukraine in many ways. But one of the reasons we're supporting them is for the disappearance of 33,000 radioactive sources the Russians have stolen. Some of those sources are already in Europe. They're traveling across Europe, and we're trying to work out how we can identify where these things come from. The biggest problem is there was a seizure fairly recently in Georgia of some coming from Ukraine with the material and two radioactive sources. So we've got him, brilliant. The problem is the judge insists that these materials are all into the court. And we're having great difficulty convincing the judge that we cannot just bring this material into court. In the same way as after sentencing, the judge will order the destruction of returns. We're not going to be burning radioactive sources. There's a big problem, friends. And you guys have to be aware of it because you have to tell the decision maker that it's not straightforward. And the best thing you can do is take as much forensic evidence as you can, keep as much packaging, items like that to indicate what this guy had, and a small representative sample of mining product, but not anything else. So going back to this, we've got PPE, we've got decon.
So, defining the, I don't know, second zone and increase evacuation to conversion in the.
We would almost certainly evacuate because there's a great risk of explosion on these things. Yeah, we evacuate people in the local areas. Absolutely, no question about that. In parallel to that evacuation, what do we need to do?
Find the safe.
Yeah. You've already said it. What do we need to go into the public, for the public?
Find a place for the people that.
Yeah. We do. What do we do before we even move? Communication. We need to communicate what we're going to do. Communicate the intent and then do it. Don't just say, you are evacuated. Now, if there's a tsunami coming down the street with the water, just go there and grab them. But in this case, tell them that's what you're going to do. Every now and again, in fact, there was one recently, Second World War bomb, somewhere. There was one found the other day. They had to close the railway line when they found one that had been dropped and still alive, so they had to go and pick it up. Tell people what you're going to do first. You are the advisors. You need to prepare the draft of that, give it to the decision maker. You don't need to say it. Their choice what they say, but at least you've given them the facts. Okay, so far so good. Oh, gosh,
Just a question.
only one.
But the risk
Yes?
about this kind of process is about the activity of making meth, not
There are two risks. One is the activity of making, it could explode, they use inflammable materials, and the other one is the crystal meth itself. Crystal meth, at the end is normally divided, sometimes it's ground, so they can cut it, mix it with other substances to sell it cheap. Make more money on it. That is very risky, that means that you get impregnation in the walls and on the surfaces. That is an inhalation risk for the people coming in.
Yeah, but there is not the risk of from
Yes.
no one is making
There is always a risk of explosion because we've got lots of highly flammable materials on their heating up.
but they are products that everyone can have in
Yes.
in
Yes, they are. They are, yes. Sorry, they are, but when you mix them together. Sorry. That's life. Okay, how are we doing? What time's lunch?
But
Okay, we carry on then. Good.
we can stop
No,
here.
no, no.
Sure. What do you want?
I don't mind.
Just another one.
We'll give them one more. This one's easy.
One more.
This one's easy because you've already done it. You've anticipated what I was going to say, so you've already done this. It's too good. Those takes you 10 seconds. The longer you last the dish, you go to lunch.
But we said that.
You did. You did. Just really want to- Right, let's take a break for now. Sorry, and what? Well, they can go there or not. Well, they've already done that. So they're getting out. Uno mette fuori. Okay, let's break. This is no reason to discuss because you've already done it.
Lunch break.
Lunch round. They're going to finish half We're back here.
Yes.
1:30 sharp.
1:30.
Sharp. Please, so we try to finish
I'm doing.
early. That's right. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine.
And it is a five. Stay here.
Oh, okay. Normally, because someone's excited, well, actually, it's also, I'm not sure about it. In the UK, we actually. For those who didn't, when I was information out there, and they will say, what you're saying, so they was forward, They will publish it. You have to decide what. The platform is technical, we don't care about it. It's not enough to do that. And it may be the next but I really want to say that with this kind of Senegal, for example, let's just say that we need to tip on the work investigating because it.
Because I was thinking about the application that we have now in Europe, the one for the city protection, and then you can use to like mitigate. I don't know if this can be like good options or just be more friendly.
I've got the Italform, I can. So, yeah, why not? There are different ways of spreading that information.
But it's not the competence of the other.
It's not your competence. Your competence is to design the draft, what should be said, or what shouldn't be said.
Yeah.
Because you can say, no, let's, we know he's came from Senegal, we know he's a bad boy, he's smoking drugs, there's nothing to do with it.
With it, yeah.
And if we say it's this, then we're gonna get, oh, God, no, it's more right wing. So maybe we say we've arrested a person, there is a suspect being held, without saying anything else. So not create disturbance.
Job of business paper.
Yeah, they'll do it anyway. No problem.
Buon appetito.
Allora, che succede? Colons, che succede? 3 settembre. Mike, settembre, la data che avevi detto, cioè il modulo per la TFX, o mercoledì o giovedì, così li facciamo usare i software. Perché loro ci avranno la settimana, che se non ha senso farla all'inizio. Allora, insalata Mike e pesciolino Mike. Ma le posate ce l'hanno date? Saranno dentro? Spero, mi auguro.
Il 15 fino al 19, vero?
Dal 15 al 19, sì.
Ok.
Allora.
Ah, questo è
Non è tuo, non è tuo, sono uguali.
sono uguali. Cioè, può essere
Il giovedì.
ok. È solo un giorno?
Anche il più se vuoi,
No, chiedo. Sì, perché
Dobbiamo fare il...
quello non è il finale, vero?
No, quella è a febbraio la finale.
Ah, ok. Quello è una cosa normale.
Questi li metto così non si sporcano.
Ok.
No, quella finale è a febbraio.
Ok. Facciamo giovedì, dai.
Giovedì non ha senso farla prima, all'inizio della settimana, perché devono vedere.
Sì, facciamo giovedì.
Ok. Per forza. Un po' così così ancora. Si mette l'aria benissimo nella stanza che è così. È un binoculo dell'ufficio. Dove sta? È stato meglio. Sì, a casa. A cui stavo andando a Colomba stamattina molto di più perché si rompe le palle a casa. Quindi io troverò la casa praticamente tutto solo per me. Che secondo la mente lui la sta mettendo in ordine.
Ah,
No.
e non usa nessuno.
Hai visto questo? A posto. Posto da qualche parte. Era visto? Vale. No? Può essere visto. Domani Spizzola è un buon compromesso. Sì, vicino a qua.
Poi penso che quando il poi per dimostrare il campo di
Esattamente.
aspettare il pesce perché sta vicino sempre
Via si bello.
la schietta del pesce, via del certo, si può vedere.
Sì. È spaventato.
Abbiamo il gruppo del cinema famiglia patriarcale, no?
Buono. Però già un po' più impegnati di volta.
Quando scritto le pesce mi stai spiegando.
Sì.
Dopo qua. No, beh, ma
Andrea. Il mondo sul piede. Dico, ma chi è sta gente?
boh, mi sto sbagliando. Che sai, non sapere che ieri mi hanno detto che ieri
Non me li ritrova, io non riesco a cambiare.
perché i miei ovviamente stanno bello che sono preso questo in realtà.
Ora considera che noi la metà degli studenti stavano nelle emissioni, abbiamo cappella là. Sì. E Chiara prima mi ha imputato, ha fatto velocità. Dico, no, vabbè, ma figurati, c'è tanta gente che scriveva. Dove si è stato interessante, non siamo veniti. Ecco.
Come quando Andrea parla,
Sì.
parla parecchio.
No,
Non mi non mi spiegare perché Andrea
non mi dire.
viene. In realtà quando vedo di fare pazienti che ci sono io, dico che se lo fare. Cioè, yes. Vabbè, apparentemente non dice sia male le piccole.
Domani ti vedremo la nostra. E abbiamo poi un affitto che vogliamo superare.
Hanno nominato.
Sì.
Hanno nominato. Mi sembra che la sapete. Ma spendere il suo tempo, avere il suo l'auto tempo, ma secondo me no.
No,
Oddio, aspetta. Posso dire?
non lo andavamo su la polizia, la maestra. Grazie a
Ma guarda, ti posso dire, scusa. Comprare un profilo. Ma il viso di male di no, il profilo però
intanto l'incontro c'era qualche cazzo dell'inizio. Ma il tempo sono
Forma di disegno, ma taglio di
il 26?
sono padre e molto soldato.
Dai, in vacanza? No, proprio non mi piace, sì. Qua, no.
Per me non c'è che. Ma si vede che sono figlie di state. Sì, davvero.
E storito è uguale.
Stai scherzando?
No.
La cosa sta significando.
No, cioè tipo qua, salsa e tua madre, qua, la madre dà il sorriso sì.
No, non posso invece iniziare.
Però lo amo, perché io non fa mai politico. Io non fa mai politico.
No?
Anche io faccio quello che no?
Sto tentando una
È un bel 90 pezzi, però.
mattino che mi è
Sembra
io sono a destra e iniziare con le canzoni.
Quindi forse lo mia per tuo padre fa un po' di diffusione.
Ah, ma dove vanno? Dove vanno in Cina?
Più vicino. Una fattoria.
Ma qui a Fiumicino.
Il titolo dal latte alla mozzarella, lo voglio sapere. Lo voglio sapere. Perché per io una mozzarella
Dove che sono tutte le queste macchine, ma non voglio dire. Come brava, ma lo facciamo prima.
Vedi?
Io avevo una tipo un posto, un travo e non mi aprire.
La piana di Milano. Il lavoro vicino. Il lavoro vicino.
Allora, l'inizio di Andrea, di cambiare piano. Non lo fare in sapere.
Pensavo. Com'era il piccolino?
Oh, sì, strano, ma era buono.
Bravo ma buono.
Sì, ma no, strano per qua.
Ah,
Però,
no, c'ha le spine? No.
niente.
Davvero? Abbiamo dei rettino che fanno sempre solo. Posso vedere? Posso vedere? Come le mani? Voilà. No? Cosa mi faccio io? Non prendo questa là. Famiglia Lau. Quindi per non stare là, yeah. Per il 49 c'era sempre la componente permanente, sempre il mano. Guarda che non mi fa mai. La babata. Quello non va bene, come ne scrivo io, pure grosso. Ho vinto a pagare. Non vedo, guarda, guarda domani come ci sarà l'inferno, sappiamo, dici? Me la prendo io. Bravo. Devi dire il nome preciso sul biglietto. Può? Basta?
Hai fatto per votare? Dove vado?
Grazie.
Vicino sempre.
Ok.
Vado prima la laurea.
Vai a fare il nonno. No, no, mai. Preferenze di bagaglio, non pagare rischi tutto. Preferenze, no, non può essere in compagnia. Ci vuole, non so se ci vuole.
Manchester. Ok, guardare. Viva Manchester. Lo so che i politici sono lì, però probabilmente anche gli che fa lì.
Ma allora, disponibile. Poi non si può spostare abbiamo Se è troppo tardi, allora di preferenza d'orario, mattina, pomeriggio, sera. Sì, succede, senza scala. No, scala no, no.
A dove?
Ah, c'è a Parigi. Con lo stanza, cioè tu fuori da Roma, fai Parigi, poi cambi aeroporto e poi vai là. No, vedi, non c'è British. No. Poi c'è solo EasyJet o Ryanair, devi scegliere questo il mondo. Più più.
Sì, mia figlia era vicino.
Vedi? No, faccio il diretto. La sera. Questo corso, arrivi la sera, basta alle 6 da Milano. Volevi arrivare prima comunque? La mattina? Saremo lì per quello.
Dai, noi abbiamo messo delle carte.
Ritorno?
Sì, io devo arrivare alle 2. Non devo mangiare. Adesso mangio.
Diretto non c'è nessuno. Il giorno. Non c'è tutti i giorni. Quindi devi decidere. Giorno prima? No, ho fatto più fidare. Scusa, ma secondo me andare quello per quel treno? È lontano. Aeroporti di vicino? In mezzo all'Europa.
E poi come parti la continua di Panama, non parti la simpare. No, mai.
Birmingham? Ah?
Sì, almeno è.
Vediamo. Magari non c'è. Leeds.
Sì.
Proviamo. Magari c'è. No, due strani, no.
Tu sai,
No, cioè, 27 ore e 25 ore e 45. Ma c'è arrivato dal Messico, nel questo cazzo della mamma mia, lolli. Bello, ma anche a Birmingham, 7 ore. Dopo, sono 9 euro, ti devi cambiare il rapporto per qualsiasi cosa. Non penso di capire.
Ah, vabbè, sai, poi no, però anzi, sempre.
Non ci sono voli diretti dei miei, no, sì, deve migliorare. Mi sa che non è anche ancora Londra. Che preferisci? Di Londra? Ma non capisco, guarda, no, quello che arriva alle 7:30 di la sera. Tardi?
Sì, perché l'aeronautica va devono fare ore su meno gusto. Se no devo battere il prezzo. Pensa.
Quello che parte prima è alle 3 il diretto. Arriva a Manchester alle 4:15. Ryan,